Okay. Alright. Okay, is it super quiet? Okay, it's kind of quiet. Okay. Testing, testing. Wait, testing. Hello? Okay. So the hello. Testing, testing. I think this is good. Oh, I love the quality. I love that. Okay, turned up the mic volume. Testing, testing. Okay, turned up the mic volume. Testing, testing. Okay. Ooh, okay. A little too loud for my liking. Turning that back. Okay, perfect. I think that's good. I think that's good. All right. Okay, anyway. Hello everybody. Yes. For those who are following me, you probably have no idea what's going on. So I feel like now is a good time to explain. Um as a lot of you know, I have been gone since 2022. Yes, I've been gone since 2022, but that is because, as you can clearly see, I have been rebranding, and here I am. I am now known as Ryuki Yum, as most of you can read. And wow, I am really rusty at this, so please bear with me, and I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. I have coffee, and I have our life beginning and always, and I figured I'd just do a little bit of our life and read for you guys, and just a little chill, nothing too chaotic yet, because I'm still trying to get back into the swing of things. Excuse me. Yes, for those who do know, I have played Our Life on my channel before. I absolutely loved it. This is like my maybe fourth time playing it. The reason why I'm playing it again before you guys is because I have all the DLCs for Kozra. And so I'm really excited to play the content that I haven't really got a chance to see yet. So I'm super excited about that. Yes. I feel like I'm just rambling at this point. Alright, without further ado, we're gonna get started. Okay. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander off too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your moms called putting down roots, in quotation marks. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved at them passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. Okay? You were too anxious to say hi back. Okay. You were too anxious to say hi back, to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. What am I gonna go for this time around? I usually go for like the friendly, super like goody two shoes kid route. So I don't know if I want to switch it up or just keep doing like how I've always done. You know what? We're gonna be nice. We're gonna be nice. I'm saying hi to a lot of different people. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hope to visit those places too someday. But today, there was a man sitting on the curb outside of your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever, or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing one thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So, for you, not knowing who a total stranger was not know what? Excuse me. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom's had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of thing. This kind of situation before. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it'd be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. we're gonna, the middle one. Yes. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you, even if you don't know them. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door. Very valid. But you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. Middle one. I'm gonna stay probably middle, probably. You slowed down. Your eyes remaining fixated on the man. There was a split second when your eyes met, and you knew he was aware he wasn't alone on the street anymore. Hey. You raised your eyebrows at the show. Did he want something? Is that why he was there? The man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. Still unsure about him. The man gives a grin of his own back. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name's Irene. You continue to say nothing. Yeah, I live here. Yeah, I live right there. I mean, if he's blocking the way to your home, I'm pretty sure he already knows you kind of, I think, maybe. Stranger danger, people. Do not listen to any advice that's probably gonna come out of my mouth because it's probably not wise. I live here. My name's Irene. Um, uh, yeah, I live here. My name's Irene. I probably can't be friendly. Great, nice to meet you, Irene. He gave you a broad smile, relief settling on his face. Oh? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? See, if this was real life and not an anime visual novel game, this would raise so many red flags. Like, honestly, I don't think I'd even be to this point, honestly. Well, could you do me a favor? Yeah, no, immediately running away. Calling the cops. Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. Yes, that's probably wise. He cleared his throat and stood straight. Stood straighter. Excuse me. From where you were with water. You thought that was pretty cool. Cobe's a cool name. And as a real life person, yeah, no, I think it'd be pretty unique on a real life person. You thought that was pretty cool. You never met anyone with that name. We moved it across the street, see? He gestured towards the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic "for sale" sign was finally gone. You must be Irene Jacqueline, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were about 8, just like him, so... He took the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention. A hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Could you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance. And you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. First of all, you probably don't know your child if you have to bribe another child to pay to be your child's friend. Yeah, no, that's not how you parent. But he's trying. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. It's probably not the best way to go around. Be like, hey, I got money. Will you be my son's friend? I'll give you money. You eyed the man. You kind of felt sorry for Kobe. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? You kind of felt sorry for Kobe. This definitely was not the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What do you say? Want to make a deal? You took the bill, you didn't want the money, you ran away. I think I ran away before. I think either I ran or yeah, I didn't want the money. Normally, like, running away is a very valid answer, kids. If a strange man offers you money to be friends with his son, The temptation to say yes, I know it's very, very tempting. But don't forget, running away is a valid response to that. Um, you didn't want the money, you ran away. Okay. Mm, I think I think I'm gonna run away again. mm, nah, I didn't want the money. I don't want to be paid for that. It's too weird. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely. Are you sure? It won't be so bad, even if it's just for the summer. That'll be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he took the bill back into a back pocket and changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Yeah, I want to meet him. Okay, you can do that. I guess. You'd have to ask my mom's. You'd have to ask my mom's. His smiles got bigger again, his eyes crinkled at the side. Of course, they invited us over earlier, but I'd like to ask you to. Then I guess you can. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way that his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Sure thing. I can try. Okay. I can try. You nodded, not entirely certain you find Cove, but willing to look. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head. He paused before doing so and then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Irene. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to go check the hills behind your house. Step 1. First sight. The chirping of the crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the ocean, about the merfolk and the sea serpents. You imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach at all that much, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. You loved to hear the stories about the sea. Sometimes you can almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shining mermaid's tail in the distance. You took a deep breath. You wanted to try and relax, and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. There was a boy sitting on top of the hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead of himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him for a minute longer, feeling a little like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though a deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows, huge glasses, a sad frown. All of these, yeah. Although a deer didn't have, pink cast. What this new boy did. You wondered how he got it. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, and then another. And then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected in the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi. Hey, Space Cadet. Are you lost? I always love the hey Space Cadet option. It's just so cute to me for some reason. I don't know. I just like it a lot. Hey, Space Cadet, and ow. Ow. Just casually punch my desk. Very, very casual. Okay. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight. Though, when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man said earlier stuck out to you. Cove? His eyes wide. He studied you. How'd you know that? I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. Lucky guess? I'm all-knowing. I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were. Oh. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. Yep. You can't own a hill. You shook your head. You can't own a hill. Well, that's debatable. You shook your head. Yep. Well, it is behind my house, so that doesn't mean I own the hill. Well, these are all very, very good questions. You can't own a hill. Yep. You shook your head. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a hill back home. Well, this isn't mine. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, he sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, casting away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Why did your family move? Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question, almost like he'd never stopped. His tears started up again with vengeance. With a I don't think that's vengeance. I'm just gonna create a bloopers reel. Ryuki Ryuki missed saying words for an entire hour. My parents, they don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him. Now we have a house here and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heavy with exhaustion. Heaving with exhaustion. Exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping away his eyes with the back of his hand, before putting them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry. Your dad seems kinda nice. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Stop crying. Oh my god, stop crying. It's so mean. Your dad seems kind of nice. I'm sorry. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. I'm sorry. Your dad seems kind of nice. He slipped his hand underneath his glasses and pressed his finger against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. It must be hard for Cove living here without his mom. But at least he still had a parent who cared about him. From far off in the distance, you heard your parents. Irene! Cove! Kids, where'd you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It'll be okay. You're struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna be all fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. And then you can count on him when you really, really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. Cove's dad rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, and then turned around while rubbing his not bandaged arm. Sorry, I still don't want to. You called out yourself. You waited silently with him. You tried to convince him. I'm gonna wait with him. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Irene! You're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then you heard what happened earlier when you met with the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. We're okay, don't worry. Thank God you're both fine. Or were you two having fun down here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. I actually did pick that option before. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. You know, kids say dumb stuff. Kids. We're gonna pick the marry option because we are going to marry him in the future. You nodded, smiling silently. Oh, that's wonderful. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Irene knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us. A long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Bye.
Bye.
The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure. Can I show him my stuff? It sounds like words. You nodded, ducking your head. Sure, can I show him my stuff? Of course.
Of course.
Then okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sound overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards your path. Satisfied, and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove. For the step, it can change later in the steps. Okay, so for those who don't know about this game it has its own character customization and like kind of like relationship customization too. You don't have to pursue Cove as like a love interest later on. You guys could just be really good friends. Or I also think there's a route where you guys aren't friends at all, but I think you just have to pick really terrible choices as a person to do that. So maybe, but me, I've always went for like the romantic route simply because it's so good. It's so cute. Like it's hard not to. But I did choose like the kind of sort of best friend route before, and it was okay too. It was really good too. So there isn't no right or wrong choices for your answers. It's just all is how it's going to play out. So I always go for like the romantic route though, because I like Cove. I just love him so much. So we're gonna go with like the direct crush. We're aggressive with our feelings. We're a little aggressive with our feelings. Okay. You won't be. Oh yeah. By the way, you will not be able to change it again until step 2. So. The next morning, you finished your breakfast so fast that you nearly puked it back up again. Yuck. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Irene? I can't wait to see him. if you two were going to get married, it made sense to be around each other. Okay, maybe I wasn't this aggressive with my feelings, but
How sweet.
still pretty cute. Isn't that just the sweetest thing? I bet the two of them are going to be great playmates. With that being said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah, haha, I don't know, am I? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you're nodded. Haha, I don't know, am I? You gestured down to the empty dish in front of you, raising your eyebrows dramatically. Okay, we see.
Okay.
Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Irene, could you get it? You practically leapt out of your chair. I guess it says leapt out of your chair on the way to the door. Hey, Jacqueline family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son was here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. His dad standing in front of him, and Mom and Mommy behind you. You and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see the interesting new boy again, you smiled at Cove. Cove returned it shyly. Oh, my heart. You twisted the threads, your bracelet. You twisted the crystal bead, crystal bead bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the flower. You twisted the shell bracelet on your wrist. Well, since we live near the ocean, we're gonna do it ocean stuff. Mom, we're going to play in my room. Your guest blinked, but didn't protest. Okay. Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids. See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, and a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Me too. I drew that. I don't. Thank you. I drew that. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you're glad he noticed. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. So you were glad for the company. It was nice to have someone new to play with. But then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you collected tucked away by your door. You took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach. Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box out into the middle of the room, you and Koa flopped down next to it. I do. Look. You gestured to the piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat. This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like Shiloh, 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 show. I could never get his name right. He actually meant it. I forgot about him. Shiloh. He's friends with my older sister. Oh. Good morning, Star. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Scared the crap out of me. Hello. Hi. Hope you were doing well. I hope you're doing well too. I'm doing great. Thank you so much for the follow. Scared the bejesus out of me. English. He's friends with my older sister. He's friends with my older sister, and he's supposed to hang out there this afternoon. Do I have to see him? You don't have to do anything, but he's going to be here. That's really awkward though. I don't recall ever having people, like friends, people that I did not like and like weren't exactly my friends, come over to my house as a child. I wonder if it's as awkward as I think it is. Because then you're just like, your parents are just like, oh, well, you're having friends over. We're so proud of you making friends. And then you're just like, me and this person, they're not really that close. Just like, yeah, totally, we're friends. Just like, yes. Great. Love that. Yes. Anyway, I found this gigantic shell here stuck to an even bigger rock. You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you've gotten each one and holding them up against the light. Is this your first playthrough? It is not my first playthrough, sadly, but it is my first playthrough of the DLCs. I had purchased all the DLCs for Cove's Route, so I get to play like the wedding story and the little extra like little side things for the different steps. So I'm really excited to play that. My first time playing like the little DLCs. I don't know if I want to play Derek or Braxter's route. It's a maybe for them, because it's not that I wasn't interested in their characters. It's a maybe. I don't know if I am. I'm on the fence about it though. Ooh, what do I think of Braxter? I think Braxter is a character. Honestly. I mean, I kind of like him. I'm kind of interested what his story is. I wish you get to know like a little bit more about him though in like the main storyline, but I know that it's Cove's Route, so you don't really get to know a whole lot about him. But it is interesting. He's a character. So I might play his route. I kinda like him. He's interesting. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Well, as the VA... Oh, you're the VA? Oh, that's so cool! As a VA, Roxas, I appreciate your interest. Oh, that's really cool. So how is it like, voice acting Braxter? Like, I mean, like, how was your experience? just think people like talking to voice actors is really interesting. That's super cool though. If you do play the DLCs, I hope you have a fabulous time with it. I love playing Braxter, super fun. Okay, alright, I might just have to check out the DLC. But that's really, really cool. That's super, super cool. I appreciate you stopping by. But yes, thank you. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you've even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied English, and had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Your voice faltered a bit, but you kept going as best you could. I appreciate you for being so lovely. Oh, my heart. Don't do that to my heart. Thank you. My heart. Thank you. That's so cool. Like, I'm like freaking out now. I love this game so much. The collection was huge. I think I like to. Me personally, I like to think I'd have lots of funny stories to tell about each one. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cobes listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such a dedicated focus. Unfortunately, I gotta go now, but I hope to be back later. Have a wonderful time with your stream. Thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely day. It was amazing. Thank you so much for stopping by. I will. I love this game so much. It's hard not to enjoy every time I play it, so I will. Thank you. I appreciate that. For some reason, it was making your cheeks feel warm. You had never felt like this around someone before. It was kind of weird. You know, childhood crushes can be like that. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident. Not that a parent had made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was a part of that would be a bad idea. Well, I mean, it'd be a funny story. I couldn't imagine meeting my best friend that way. Oh, real quick, do you have a Twitter? I do have a Twitter, actually, but it's fairly brand new. There's absolutely, like, nothing on it, unfortunately. But I do have a Twitter. I believe it's linked on my Twitch page. It's Ryuki Yum on Twitter, the same as my Twitch handle, I believe. Let me go look now. I don't want to like tell you the wrong thing. I do. It's the same. Okay, yeah. It is Ryuki Yum, no spaces. I'll follow you if you promise to post when you do Braxter's route. Okay. You really don't have to, but I appreciate it. Ah! My heart. I'm freaking out now. Thank you! Alright, just for you, I will do Braxter's route. Alright, gotta go for real. Okay, yeah, have a lovely day, and thank you! Okay, alright, calm down. Calm. I have to finish the story. Alright, okay, sorry, gotta focus on Cove again. Gotta get in that Cove mindset now. Alright, Cove. I'm focusing now. Attention is back on the story. Alright, before you knew it, you both had been escorted downstairs and and deposited in the living room, ready for... I can never get his name right. Is it Shiloh? Is it Show? Or is it Shiloh? We're just gonna call him Shiloh. So I feel a little slow trying to read these names. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. That's so cool. Alright, I'll have to do Braxter's route just for him now. 'Cause that's so freaking cool. I can't. James Morningstar. That's so cool. Okay, I really do have to do Braxter's route now. I gotta 100%. Okay. I'm freaking out. It's one thing to say you're freaking out and like really freaking out, but I am really freaking out. Okay, I have to go. Alright, I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great, okay, but be careful. You should have asked. He's fine. He's not gonna break it. Precious Cove wouldn't do that. Bust it open. We can keep looking when we wait for show. I need somebody to properly tell me how to freak to say his name properly. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. He hadn't spoken aloud yet. He turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. That's my favorite color too. I like a different one the best. I can show it to you. What's my favorite too? You know what? You can take it. Let's let him have it. You can take it. Go look at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure. You like it a lot, right? Uh-huh. But I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You insisted. You let it go. I'm gonna insist. No, it's okay. For you. You pushed the shell against Coach as willing to retrieve it, but Coach firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his side. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that hadn't seemed to make Cove feel better. Excuse me. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. It's just slow, and where would you even go? He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked into the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward and then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Show's the least scariest person alive. Cheer up, Show's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Shiloh? I said Braxter was the character, but actually Shillow's the character. If I can remember correctly, later on in the story, he freaking acts like he doesn't know who we are. That's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. Okay. Weirds. Okay. I don't know what to do in this situation now. Do we ditch Slow, or do we try and convince him? I think I ditched him before, but then I also stayed before. This is a very difficult decision. Okay. I think we're gonna ditch Slow this time. I'm so sorry, Slow. Shiloh, whatever your name is. Cute little bean. I'm sorry, we're leaving. I'll come with you. Hurry, we'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you and then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, and you knew... Wait, what? I'm sorry. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him. Oh, okay. He was not that fast. Oh, at that speed, you weren't sure enough you're gonna go fast enough to reach him. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. Cove! You ran as fast as your legs could take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere else. I just don't want to see Irene. There's the face of It's like, we've been found. You look back and you saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you. The backpack he clutched, bouncing all around along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind. Oh, hi. Are you Cove? Yeah. Just like, yeah. I do remember Cove distinctly being mean to Shiloh. So maybe is there a way to convince him to be Shiloh's friend? I just have never been able to do it. Maybe they're just not destined to like each other. Maybe a little bit. Maybe not a whole lot, but maybe a little bit. I'm Shiloh. So, there's gotta be a proper way to say his name. I'm just gonna keep calling him Shiloh. Is it show? Is some letter silent? Is it just show? If it's show, I'm gonna feel like an absolute idiot. Yep. Yep, are we going back? Or are we gonna play outside? So as I move between you and Cove, the smile remains strong on his face. I got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you'd been running away. Inside, we left a box on the floor. My stuff! We need to get it. My stuff! We need to get it before someone steps on it. Okay. With show trailing behind, you and Cove headed back towards the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. This is a scallop shell I found last week. I kept it because it looks neat. It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. So mean. So mean. It's like, oh, pink is a nice color. Just like, okay. And? Is it your favorite? Not really. Oh boy. That scared me. Completely forgot that I had the ringer on. Twitch, please. Please. Oh my god, please don't ban me because... Not ban, but strike me because of that. It's my ringtone. Okay, maybe it wasn't enough to catch it, but... Please. Have mercy. I forgot that I had my ringtone on, okay? Yes, sadly, your girl is a Blackpink fan. Yes, your girl is a Blackpink fan. Can't help it. Blackpink in your area. Okay. I gotta focus. I physically can't because everything keeps distracting me. We're just real high energy today. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten coffee. Yeah, maybe I should have. Maybe getting coffee was a bad idea. Not really. What is Oh. I think that's supposed to say what is. What is? What is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Oh, I get it now. Okay. I'm a little confused. Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. I guess. I like those colors too. There are better colors. You know what? I like those colors too. Awesome. Both of them smiled. Good job, Irene. Good job. Keep the girlies from fighting. Like usual, it didn't take long for Sho to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Sho didn't know what to do with himself. I mean, Cove wasn't like your sister, and he wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aw. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach. Probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you even had answered, and Sho jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do? You do too, right, Irene? You do too, right, Irene? The park is fun. I love it. The park is pretty great. No. Just no. Put a little heart beside that. No. The park is pretty great. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do. And lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction. So finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your mom, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your mom that it was so short, she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you. Her face lit up when she saw you. Her big brown eyes going wide. Irene, Sho. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Sho had abandoned you two, and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. It was nice to have someone who stuck with you. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't hear. I thought kids couldn't own places like Parkdale. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. When Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wiggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the idea. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie's the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you were Irene's age. Yeah? Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Sho is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try and steal your youth. Oh. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted, and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We hadn't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. Only some of them don't like kids. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't even seem to care that she was there. He went to his own head. Sho was the one to speak. Shiloh was the one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Irene in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Sho looked down on the dirt. Sho looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacations a lot too. Just a second. What? Okay. No. I like summer vacations too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shillow's discomfort and at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely. You didn't really know, but she laughed, her face scrunching up. Welcome to Sunset Burb, Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offer him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Sho, and on some days, when she was in a really bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple part of your everyday life. The way the sun and lunch. Huh. Okay. The way the sun and lunch and the beach were. Oh, okay, I get it now. Looking back on it years later, you would realize that you had a tiny crush on him right away. One that made you want to spend as much time with him as you did. Of course, that was only the start of things. Look at the DLC content! Okay, I'm so excited. So much content here now. Alright. I'm so excited. Okay. I don't know where to start. Okay. I don't know where to start. Should I do the DLC content first, since I hadn't... Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Too many choices now. Okay, we're gonna get the ones that I already know everything about out of the way first. Come back before it gets dark, alright, Swords? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you had been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove Dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow. Maybe he had made noise, but because a second later his eyes were on you, he waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand and jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first and then his dad. In return, Cove shuffled his seat in place as you got closer.
Irene.
My heart. Ah, it's so cute. My heart is literally falling apart. It's so cute. How can you not like Cove? It's so hard not to like him. And this is coming from someone who likes him very much, so maybe I'm a little biased.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Irene? Stuff. I found a really cool snail across the road. He was slimy with funny eyes and a nice song. Mr. Holden grinned at your enthusiasm. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had got into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores at the beach. Why don't you go with him? Yeah, you can come. You immediately grinned at the idea. You hadn't been sure if you'd see Cove today, and now he's inviting you somewhere. This day couldn't get any better. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. He found it odd since your mom only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned to pass a crisp tin to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure. That's my boy.
Good kid.
Cove's dad ruffles his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bills in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibility this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? What is it? You didn't feel the need to ask why. Are you looking for shells? What is it? Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking careful so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise. And you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. Although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. What do you usually do on the beach? Lots of things. I like bodyboarding and volleyball and surfing and everything and stuff. The idea of standing on a big board while the waves propelled you forwards, shore. Was that a pun? Was that a pun? Shore was mystifying. Was that a pun? Was that an unintentional pun? I'm not allowed to surf. It looks hard. Not once you get the hang of it. I could show you sometime. But I'm also not supposed to surf right now because I have this. He lifted up one arm, showing off the glaring pink cast wrapped around his wrist. Excuse me. Yeah. That's sad for him. Cove still smiled, though. He thought his nonchalant attitude towards the injury was pretty brave. I also like collecting stuff on the shore, like shells, sand dollars. I found a shark tooth once. You did? Cove stretched out his finger and thumb. It was this long. That was somehow both scary and delightful. No way. I mean it. I still have it underneath my bed. You have to remember to ask him to show it to you sometime. What about you? What do you do out here? I like swimming. I like to build sandcastles. Last summer, Lizzie and I built one that was as tall as me, and sometimes they have sandcastle building competition down by the boardwalk. Cool. I bet you'd win. He smiled at Code. Maybe the two of you would build one together one day. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. It was nice. It was alright. It was nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you. There was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Clove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathering near a few tables with large colorful umbrellas blooming out of their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what was all the commotion about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd, there was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long trails. There was this little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? Cove hummed with understanding and then turned to walk away just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. I went to see the show. Cove glanced back at the man. He briefly lifted his arms up off his side before returning them to place. Okay. He may not be impressed, but at least he didn't ditch you. You grinned, waving for him to follow as you raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Nothing? Tell me. You backed away. Tell me what's behind my ear. This had to be going somewhere, and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great. You felt the tug, and then he pulled out the 4 diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump. He had tied them down to his table, and they were the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now, you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visited. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. No, he wasn't ruining the fun. At least he had a good time. I wonder if so, he was lucky. I wonder if his whole family was magic. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side that there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope. Oh, Cove, check this out. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so that you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. There's a whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked up one and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back down the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. Are you having fun? Yeah. Aw, my heart. Stop, I can't. Stop doing this to me, game. His little smile is so cute. You returned his smile, happy to hear it. When Cove moved towards some of the stalls nearby, you followed beside him. While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Picked up the dolphin. Your hand stopped on the dolphin, similar to your balloon animal. It was made of bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remember once seeing a pod of dolphins swimming out in the distance of the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in again. That was a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You really had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. What? I don't want you to get it for me. You don't have to. Are you sure? Hooray! You don't have to. Hope didn't mind that. He took the keychain from your hand, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. It's cool. You should get it. You beamed, excited at the idea of displaying the keychain somewhere in your room. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side. Your dolphin balloons knocking together and spiraling in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Why is your dad always giving people money? Thanks for the keychain. Forget it. Thanks for the keychain. You're welcome. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. The two of you wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. Passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got... I got the same one, probably. Because that sounds pretty good. You looked through the hungry. The vendor handed you your pretzel over, already ready to take a big bite. Your mom didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. You found an empty table close enough at the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cole placed his bucket on the table and stared I stared at his balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. Carefully placing your pretzel down somewhere where it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. Oh.
Oh.
Cove bounced his arm up and down, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. There, now do mine. He repeated the ritual, struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand, and a string already tangled around the other. But the action made you feel strangely happy. You couldn't look him in the eyes.
Okay.
So cute. Got it. The two of you spend a moment admiring your handiwork. Both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon, bringing it down to your level, and then held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to look like it was jumping through the air. You turned your face towards the beach and it looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel in the wrapper, but he was grinning at his dolphin too. Mine is Merryweather, the Prince of Dolphins. Mine is Cherry, she's actually an alien. Mine is Sam, they're just a regular dolphin. Mine is Splash, they star in movies. Mine is Cherry, she's actually an alien. When no one's looking, she transforms back into her true alien self. She has purple skin and 10 eyes. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real life alien. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. His cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten.
Irene.
Don't cry. You quickly pulled the knot around your wrist and passed your balloon over to Cove. It wasn't the same color, but you hoped Cove would take it anyway. Here, you can have this one. Cove sniffled, a lone tear running down his cheek. No, I don't want to take yours from you. Then we're sharing, and it's your turn to hold it. Really? Yeah, it's okay. Cove accepted the balloon delicately, probably to make sure this one didn't pop like the other. Thanks, Irene. Seeing him like that felt much better than keeping the dolphin for yourself. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight to his home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset filling your new keychain, and the summer day was drawing to a close. It had been great going around with Cove. You hoped to do it again, but next time, you wished nothing You wish nothing would happen that would make him cry. Okay. We'll just do top row and then we'll do DLC row. So let's do grown up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt like it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Oh, my dog. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? I heard you. Hi. What are you doing? Okay. Then suddenly, a light came into Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyway. They're always inside telling everybody they're too busy to play. Why?
Why?
I said why. It'll be fun, duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot. Experiencing a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove. Irene, what do you think? Do you want to? Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. I want to. I don't really want to act like a... I bet we could come up with something else. But that's what I'm going to do, and it's not fun when I play pretend adults by myself. You do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seemed Cove felt like he could understand where she was coming from. And he sighed. Do you really not want to play, Irene? It was clear that he wanted some way out, but still felt guilty about it. Okay, I'll stay. Sorry, I have other stuff to do. Okay, I'll stay. How is this as fun as you're promising it to be? Lizzie looks at you, deadly serious. It was the most exciting idea I've had all week. Satisfied that neither of you was about to bail on her, Lizzie brought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clasped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Alright, I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Irene and Cove, you can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Can we pick anything you want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as an adult? Yep. But there are other kinds of sports too. Isn't the same. What do you think, Irene? Don't choices sound super cool? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? Yeah, I like those. It really doesn't. Sounds like blast. Is there anything else? Isn't there? Maybe not. Isn't there anything else we can be? Lizzie stomped her foot on the ground. Nope, come on, just decide already. Knowing Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon, you sighed. Cove not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnast, or tennis. Out of all of them you preferred to play, beach volleyball. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. You could even wear your swimsuit to make it seem like more realistic. Although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now that she had you here. Yes, that was clearly the top option. I want to be a volleyball player. Alright, what about you, Cove? I'll be a volleyball player with Irene. Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. The rule was picking from the list. You can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you and then shook her head, resigned to losing this battle but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. Lizzie's ponytail bopped, which she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team. What? We are Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't at all seem impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted his glasses on his nose. That's really specific. That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the two of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned to him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you know who she is. It's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Your team's placed at silver. It's more real if we're not all first place. That sucks. Silver sucks. I don't want silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we can do better than silver. Hey, we can do better than silver. You pouted Lizzie, unhappy with the decision. Irene's right. Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. You're the one who did it, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by close decoration, although she thought of her losing was though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, it wouldn't make sense. I'm already placing my golf game. She took a golf stance to make her point, pretending to swirl her club and hit an invincible ball. What kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, and thinking where he wanted to live appealed to him. Apparently because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. Oh, what? Oh. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking at her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No. Not like the normal houses here with a street on it, right on the sand, by the water. And just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give out a listing of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? Geez, well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here. Far, far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come are you yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling to fist at her side. It's not impossible, and it's better than yours. The disagreement always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together. You always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand this time, you thought, being on the beach, of course, Cove was right. You were tired of deciding between the two, between either of them. You can both do that. You're tired of deciding between either of them. You hadn't engaged with their bickering, and instead dreamt up your own dream house. And you weren't going to share your idea with them, and you already knew it was a good one. You can swim wherever you want if you live on the beach. You can still swim all the time where you want, or where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. Two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. You. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make any sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You have no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had to keep them from being mad. Thankfully, a greeting card Angel Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed over to her, hanging on to hem of her skirt, poking at her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Irene, it's time to get ready to go. Sorry, you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed with anger. I can go by myself, but bye, Irene. There was a hard edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and walked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? You told the truth, you lied. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Listen, she's my mom. I'm not gonna lie to my mom. No, Lizzie and Cove kept yelling at each other. They wouldn't stop fighting about everything. Your sister jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as her mom put her hand on her hip. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging her foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Noani, where did you leave the car keys? Mom has hustled you all out of the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request music to listen to in the car, but she hadn't said a thing. Her parents noticed that she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space. Mom would just ask you what you would like to listen to. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. You were happy to see it brighten her up right away as she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so that you sat with your mom and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day. You stretched out your legs and let the last few minutes of the sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dripping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. To a restaurant you all had been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting, and you hadn't been able to stop. But you could kind of tell that this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning into your street and reversing the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened the doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day is done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head dug so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulders as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. I'm not gonna like. Of course, you don't like it, but I'm not gonna lie to my mom. I'm not gonna lie to Mother Jacqueline. Being a tattletale didn't feel good, and you didn't want someone else to tell your moms everything you did. Still, your mom had asked directly, and you wanted to be a liar even less. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in a sullen nod, so then without further, stepped towards and began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing, and she turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times and stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through on the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over to Mommy unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove? Lizzie Jacqueline? What a surprise. Well, of course you can say hey to the boy. You sounded cheery as usual, though definitely he meant it was a surprise. You thought hard. You were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms crossed over her chest, her lips pushed. Hi, Cliff. Nalani here. Nalani, Irene. Hi, Cliff. Nalani, Irene, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Hey, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? You were a bit concerned. No. Well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Holden got into a bit of a fight today, and we're hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is it a good time for you and Cove? A fight?
What?
Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem that he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must have not gotten far because you could hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. Iron's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth. The conversation seemed one-sided, since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad. Hello? You opened your mouth only for Mom to catch your eye and shake her head softly. You frowned and didn't say anything. Hey, hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Lizzie's tone, Co's tone was offensive, and Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everybody. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, and he sighed quietly. Me and Irene should get gold too. That's right, Lizzie kept denying you two what you deserved. Lizzie was momentarily stunned by the silent demand. Probably forgot that even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrow raised up, and you wonder if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it's obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really. Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye. Bye, Irene. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled, even though he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up. All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. Mom replied, and Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too? Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed her a brief smile, and Lizzie nodded at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Giving permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone. Taking it off speaker, they continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that this was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. It was cute. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished a cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since COVID arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel well, I feel like that could be kind of annoying a little bit if somebody is always like, well, I want you to pick what we do, or I want to eat what you eat, or I want you or I want to just like do everything. I want to breathe the same air as you. It's a little tiny. I feel like, but that can't be helped. I'm a little frustrated. He's always wanting to hear what you thought instead of giving his own opinion and expecting you to come up with the plans. It was hard work, especially for such a hot day. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like something like popsicle. You wanted to try something fruity and brightly colored. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that needing to look, your mom didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained. There were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You voiced your predicament outside. I want a popsicle. So, who had been draped over the sofa perked up. That sounds good. We don't have anything like that in the house, and I don't have money. Oh, let me check if I have any. So rummaged through his backpack and proudly produced a massive assortment of coins, plus one stray button. He set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, he announced this to Shiloh, would most certainly come to the same conclusion, but he's been watching you expectantly. It's a start. We'll need to find some more. Okay. You two lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa, under furniture, and sorted the bag of drawers. Most you have found was useless or gross. A bent paperclip, a fluffy wisp of dust, or sandy crumbs. But ever so often, you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as he counted the coins again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking for your confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah. Now you can afford something at the shops, just one thing that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside, a promise of sugar. Breathless but happy, you stared over the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. You seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting a popsicle? Shiloh asked, even though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You tried to get something you both wanted anyway. It wasn't fair for you to be the one who'd decide, and he'd been the main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which is your favorite? It's hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the fruity popsicle that you bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly, and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You headed out to Shiloh so you could take a turn. He shook his head. You can finish it. You didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. You tried to include, even though Cheryl said it was okay. Every story you hear on TV and book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground even though the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We bought it. But you want it more than I do. And getting to play was a lot of fun already. So you can have it. That's more fair. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it. So eat your part. Relenting, Sho took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. It's really good. Thank you. He smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Sho was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe the thought that it was gross, and that the real reason he didn't want to take some, you had no idea. You studied him as he ate more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as Sho didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. I thought that was kind of sad. You figured it was his problem and didn't care. Are we friends? Sho opened his eyes, seeming caught off guard by the blunt question. Yeah, I think so. He says that friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Sho wouldn't do that, were you really friends at all? You rubbed his hands together and nervously over your non-reaction. I'm sorry. You weren't sure how sorry he could be without knowing what he's even apologizing for, but you shook your head. You didn't do anything. It was true. Sho hadn't done something mean. He'd gone out of his way to make you happy, but that didn't seem like it would be a bad thing, yet it bothered you. I just don't know if you like me. It's like it doesn't matter what I do, you're gonna act the same. I could be anybody and you wouldn't care. No, I like you. I really, really like you, Irene. I want to be friends. Okay. You smiled hesitantly, his fidgeting ceased. Even though you weren't sure if you believed him, this was only making things worse. You said that maybe there were all types of friends. If Sho wasn't able to do things differently, this would have to be alright. Sho made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending time the afternoon with just him. There have been good times and there have been confusing ones. You're positive one thing at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood, and you were spotted by two very familiar figures ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known just as you saw tears on Cove's face. What? What happened? Who? You walked straight over the Sho at your heels. Once there, you defended Cove, took a moment to make a joke, carefully asked about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you're going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or Cove even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, sorry. As you jerked your head in the direction of a nearby house, your heart sunk. You know exactly what happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You and Lizzie so knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that and and looked pointedly in your direction. Uh-huh, I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No. Nope. No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go, ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
You're just saying that because you're a cluck chicken. Cove glared, but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? You thought they deserved worse. I'll do it. Yeah, cluck. She can't tease you about being a chicken. In fact, if you are, in fact, a chicken. Hunched over, you folded your arms to form wings and backed them up and down. For once, your sister seemed at a loss, but it didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arm wings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken. Yeah, you're a chicken. Things were not going the way that Lizzie expected, and she fought against a laugh and looked away to restore her serious authority. You and Cove are both little chickens. Cove folded his arms, though the one with the cast wasn't as tightly tucked down, and joined you in creeping around. It was hard to collect the giggles that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you both still gave first class performance. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cove's tears. You froze, wings raised. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not be a fan of theater or farm animals as well as kids. The only explanation for his outburst, which is far louder than anything you and Cove could have done. Go on, beat it. It was distinctly unfair, but Cove's lips trembled and you thought it'd be best to heed his command. Lizzie took off, with Sholey trailing after her without much of a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow as you ran after Lizzie. The old man hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down on the blades of grass, tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing in the ground. Before you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of the cool grass against your skin. Hey, Cove. Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting with Shlo, who had eagerly joined the conversation. In the back of my mind, you knew it would be second fiddle again to Shlo once Lizzie came back around. It always went like that. You still felt a little sad how much time you spent together today. You had always been hoping the two of you might become closer, but you had let it go. He was happy where he was, and there were other things to attend to anyway. You wiggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. It's a poppy. He glanced at you in acknowledgement, and then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill, have the name White Linen Poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. What's funny? That's... bleh. It's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released a delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Buttercups are really great. Hibiscuses are the best. I like all flowers. It's hard to pick just one. Sorry, flowers. He chuckled. You're so nice. You think so? Yeah. Okay. He stopped the conversation there, suddenly shy. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked up at the darkening sky. A blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. I saw a dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky, and you nudged Clove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's bright lights faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean visible from the crest of the hill beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach! There were no arguments from the two. Shlo was just Sho, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. Are you going to go there too? Happy to do what the others wanted. Objected to the plan, too tired to argue. We're happy to do what the others wanted. The beach wouldn't necessarily have been where you chose to go next, but if that's what the others wanted, then you weren't going to spoil the fun. You stepped into the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was usually quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy I'd been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked your shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That'd be bad for the fish. I didn't say anyone would do it, jeez. You don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishies. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You had never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves bubbles in her bath. Should we turn off the lights and have candles? I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when is your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Oh, you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your shoes get swallowed up by the waves. Watching your toes, not shoes. Even if Sho never seemed upset with this topic, when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Irene. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me. Aw. I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You didn't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, the foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, straight in the waves to make a splash of his own. Showed scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You retaliated. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying into your older sister. You laughed as she sputtered, some of the salty water having landed in her mouth. She spat out. Yuck. She tasted you intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking turns to be predator and prey, as she joined forces to take down Sho or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was a fair game in war. Oh, the biggest splash yet, calling to fall face first on the ground. Would have been bad enough if It would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Tried out shaking his head like a dog in the worry. It all hurt to check on him. His hair as to his head, his coat soaking. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Sho, you Dumbo. You let him get up by himself. She'll be fine. Baby him might make him feel worse. But Lizzie didn't have the same idea. She held her hand out to Sho. He reached it and took over slowly and started pulling himself off the ground. When he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time. Everybody's getting soaked. He slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. Poof. Sorry. What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought it must be low, but there's no way that Sho could do something like that on purpose and then pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. Even if your friendship with Sho was felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground, wiped a streak of sand off her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Sho got up as well, this time without incident. He looked like a drowned puppy. But that didn't stop Cove from laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call a day. Before you made your journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung wide to the side. Let the cool breeze flowed past. Ow. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. We're back. Your mom's faces fell as they looked at the state you were all in, raging from messy to soaked. Elizabeth,
No.
is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold gonna do when she comes to get Slow? Is that how you want him to be when the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled and ruffled his Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, Bucko. Bucko, I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that he had noticed even that got wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend their time and had just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Come on. What can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. Okay. That a boy.
Hey.
Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked the sun off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sam was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his troubles. Good night, Cove.
Take care.
Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Jacqueline family and Shlochu. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. He beamed as he reached up and waved your hand in the air. Good night. Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight downstairs to the bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do too much good tonight. Sitting on the old beach towel your mommy had found and waited in the hall until you were less sandy, you were allowed to go to your room and walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Slow would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a while ago. It was a bit funny. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without a hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the bath next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer it'd be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Okay. Alright. Sandcastle, fireflies. Okay, we're gonna do sandcastle and then the DLC ones. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Sho sat on the shoreline, one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. Ugh. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon. Not with that cast. The waves washed a single shelter shore, glittering and blue. Another reminder of the places he could not go. From what you heard about Cove's life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get that cast off. Even cut it off himself if he could. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old house, his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you, Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else. And he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it. But sitting here on the same beach you've grown up, you could understand that not everybody else feel the same way about Sunset Bird as you. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it again soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty. The ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Yeah. I'm fine here on land. Swimming might be fun if we could. But it's not like anything we could do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Sho's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Sho's cheeks lit up. You can tell he was a little uncomfortable having Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. Okay. He put his hands back to the seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. So said, focusing more intently than you ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to have each humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now. Like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas. I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool! It's gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to... A house, a castle, a mansion. We're gonna go with a castle. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Show didn't speak as many. Even Show didn't sneak as many peeks that everyone else usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you'd built. I built that? That's pretty good. It seems like you got done fast because they already searched. It seems like you got done fast, but they already searched around for extra decorations. Shell had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of shells. There were still options. The first thing you reached for was a blue shell, red bottle cap, blue shell, a green piece of sea glass. Sea glass. It'd be the best fit for your castle, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly, so you displayed it front and center, making it a headline feature for your whole thing. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Show seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's now. I'm gonna check out. The castle that Cove built looks surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. You must have worked super hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front. It was really already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with the doctor. He was digging with that the doctor was... What? You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find... Oh, that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was broken. What's on top of yours, though? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Show's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke. It's good. That's smart. Kind of looks more like a worm. You should be an architect. You'd be good at it, Shlo. Shlo smiled without a word. And that was that for that topic. Irene, can I see what you did? Sure. You scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive. All things considered, it had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You probably feel safe living there. Even maybe your moms were the queens. Quote, Show quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Irene, what did you do? It's a castle. Show didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles? Yeah. Ah, that's neat. It's neat how you guys match. Too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something's only one of that thing, it makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Shell simply shook his head. I'm not different. Beat passed between the two. Cove looked down in his own work. Okay. He didn't really seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things in his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shove shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. He didn't think he noticed that Show was going to... He didn't think he knows that Show was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Irene? You cocked your head thinking about it briefly. I wasn't there, they didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No parent acted like him, and you knew better at this point. Not that you thought about it. It made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about other people being unique. You pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Irene's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I was gonna say what happened. So frowned to himself, looking his head. His cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. It was kind of boring for him, although giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. I think Shell wants to talk too, huh? We're talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Dang, so sassy. He said he can listen. So sassy. His expression flickered briefly at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He used the term determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. Lip twisted into a frown as he recalled that. When I saw your moms, they were in a car too, and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed and waved his hand, and then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said, I couldn't hear it, but he couldn't see me anymore since I was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses, and I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded and stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. What? Is that all you wanted to say? Cove's brow wrinkled like he didn't understand why you were surprised. That's all that happened.
Huh?
Okay. Thanks for telling me. You're welcome. Even if not much happened, you weren't gonna complain about knowing the story. Just not twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why did you bring that up anyway? I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. Made me remember when I moved here, Dad showed me the beach first, and then before he went to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach, and was instead hoping Cove might be. With the line of conversation had come to its end, even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Show fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other. You could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Cho? Yes? Why? Oh my goodness. Why are you always turning so red even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Cho has expected. That's how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Cho's eyes went wide and embarrassment. He just twitched, and he was watching harder than before. Maybe it only was his. Perhaps it was simply the last straw. Big deal to Cho. It was a huge deal. He hadn't looked sad. He just seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away, but soon you got an answer. Well, why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody is named Cove. Who asked you to come? It was probably because your dad's bugging Irene's family, or because you don't have anybody who will ever play with you. Oh, shoot. Cove blinked. Oh, shoot. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to move past. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you had never known the kind of thing that would bother Cho. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's... are we gonna build some more? Hey, let's build another castle. The day's gonna be over soon. Ah, Irene, you're right. The sun's going down so fast. We all went back to building more sandcastles, and the whole mood had changed. Cho's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable for the rest of the afternoon, right up until the moment Cho's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least he tried to do something to resolve it, though. It seemed like it helped. Even though Cho's smile, when he said goodbye to Cove, wavered, it stayed bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Cho gone, the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head back to your own houses. So you led the way on the path back home. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks. Shoes stomping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. You asked Cove what he's thinking. You stayed silent. Ooh. You asked Cove what he's thinking. You didn't want to leave it hanging in the air, so you decided to ask. Why are you making that face? Oh, I was just wondering. Both silent for a second inside. Why did Cho act like that when I said he was all red a lot? You shouldn't make fun of him. He gets embarrassed. I don't know, it's just Cho. You shouldn't make fun of him. He gets embarrassed. Embarrassed? I didn't say anything that bad. It might upset him anyway? I guess. I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seeming to come to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey Irene, was Cho telling the truth? Huh? This is yours, so he dug up the sole of the shoe in the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at that question. You like spending time at Cove. You didn't even have to think about it hard, but you knew you did. You couldn't help but feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Oh, you did. I just want to tell him the truth now. Go ahead and get it out the way. Because it's even more heartbreaking later on in the story. So I'm gonna tell him the truth now, actually. Well, remember when you talked to our parents and didn't know what happened? Yeah. Well, I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when you met your dad. Should I go to find the right word? You look passively. I was walking home when your dad was sitting in front of the house after you went away. Your moms weren't there either. Your dad saw me and he got up and he came over. Mr. Holden told me that he moved in the house next to mine. I'm telling the truth. You're supposed to be a secret. You thought Cove should still know. Your dad said he'd give me $20 if I became friends with you. You was so still, you thought he hadn't heard you, but his eyes wide and his mouth fell open. There was no sound that was done. Silence stretched between you two so tense it only so you shifted from one foot to the other, and your hands tensed up. Hey, say something. Instead of speaking, he covered his mouth as I rolled the side, didn't surprise. Going to cry, you're certain of it. I didn't take the money. I didn't take it. The money. I didn't want it. Honest. Raised his hand, brought them over his eyes, his fingers pressed over his eyes. In the middle of the street, your shoulders with force of sobs, you glimpsed the wetness of the cracks of your fingers. Hey, you shouldn't cry because of that. Oh, heck. I don't think I told him this early, now that I think about it. Shoot. What do I do? Oh, okay. Okay, that's not right. Okay. Go away. You fronted the salad. You said Douglas in the car. Bad about everything. You felt concerned for him. Bad about everything. You wish you were still making Sandcastle on the beach before Cole was sad, before Cole was mad. Everything had been so much better than... Oh, no. I just wanted to be honest. Cole wrapped a weep in his face in his hands, worse. His voice raised and volume frozen, please. The situation was awful, and he kept feeling worse every second. I want to be honest. Like him, he's serious. But Cole's going to look at you again, ducking his head. Okay, well, he doesn't want a hug. Please don't cry. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Please don't cry. His dad is already home. His always unsure. Perhaps the suspicion the noise aside wasn't entirely positive. Though a kid crying is pretty distinct. And there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. But his face fell since he spotted the source of commotion. He reminded you of the one Warren. Oh. Oh, it didn't go. He jumped right over, then stumbled into a run. Coach serious face. Are you hurt anywhere?
What's wrong?
Heartbreak. It's so bad, but I had to tell him. I can't. You can't just keep something like that a secret. I've asked you if... And I told him the truth. You tried to give me the book. I was real shaky. Why? Why would you...
What?
With his mouth shut, shaking his head. He's crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing when he spoke. It wasn't part of the conversation anymore, barely loud enough to catch his words. Irene's only a kid. No, Kofi smiling sadly. Just holding my Kofi's cheek with a thumb as he furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. Right, sadness. When he glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Holden took his hand off Cove and reached his wallet, confused. He stared at the rectangle from the source of all the problems. You're sure that Cove didn't want to be reminded of that now. With clearly a different mind to you, retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised Cove's face. Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. He peeked between his hands and saw that he had been provided with. He was surrounded by sobs. He go to something else. Come on, can you stop grinning? Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. What? Cove dropped his hands from his face, already red and wet with tears, with his features scrunched up. Not the first time you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use two hands. Cove firmly shoved his dad's hand away. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction, tossed the money aside. It flew into the air, rising slowly, drifting to the ground. So then Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrist and lowered them to Cove's side, stopping him from hiding his face again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his head away, tears started rolling his cheeks. His cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy lots of cool things with that. But it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond. But Cove didn't respond, not even look at his father. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns. But you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I still make you sad and upset. Just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffled, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hand as he continued. Irene is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke with a soft, encouraging tone as Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled and pressed his lips together, mulling over his Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. So much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you have me, and I make it all worse. I'm really sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the something left on his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed. Okay. Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hand up under Cove's armpit and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back without falling off. Both were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely planted against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground, now that his dad could no longer see him, and he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wiggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Holden stuck to him like glue. He sighed, eyes downcast. He felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. How come I couldn't make him feel better? Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part, anyway, there's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistake. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it. Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. Although the sound of his name surrounded him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head to the side and Cove's dad raised his eyebrow. Cove looked at the crumpled note and walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I didn't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. Decided not to take it. Shaking your head, you pushed the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You're at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head and gazed up at the wide sky, pretending to give the conundrum a serious consideration. I know. He fucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two, and you and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True. It won't work at the store like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held the two pieces out to you and Cove. You both looked at the halves. Neither of you reached for them. It still has value as a keepsake, a memory, and that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on. Sounds pretty good, right? Huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edges of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature and the precise perks through of the tear, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Very much.
And thanks, Irene. Father and son waved at you as you turned back and dashed home. Note, clenched tightly in your hands. You felt lighter. That was cute. I loved it. Tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, declaration. You looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies are a familiar sight over the summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew that there were bound to be tons of them around. Oh, you are you? You started eating faster. Again, you started to eat a bit faster, excited for what's to come. It seemed like you were too excited, however, and started to choke and cough on your food from shoveling it down. I reached over to pat you on the back firmly, hoping to dislodge the noodles and enable you to breathe again. You took a gulp from your watering glass, giving your mom a sheepish look. Oops. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Miss Jacqueline? Cheryl tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for a show to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. Normally, she would have picked him up by now, but she called before dinner to let your mom know that she would be late. You didn't hear why, probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out would show for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly scooping mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for your response. Let him go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, and then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph and waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had just been planted in your head, but you already could just picture all the glowing lights spreading out in front of you, like fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy reads sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew they were both telling your kids to slow down. Show did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she could. Elizabeth. No one's gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted your mom before she could, no doubt, scold your sister. I'll get it. Your sister jumped from her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. Huh? You shifted your seat, trying to get a glimpse of the unexpected guest. Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Schlo's flappy hat. Cove! Irene! Trying to get to the door quickly enough nearly resulted in your mommy being knocked over. You sent her a sheepish smile, linking your fingers behind your back before focusing your attention on Cove. What are you doing here? A smile played across Cove's face. You can tell he wanted to laugh. Your eyes met only for a second before you looked away. Then for a second, Cove said nothing. He just stood there and looked at your mommy with a face that was almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off, because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out of his large pocket, and eyes dropped to the floor. He left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye. Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove, shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shove gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. You could come outside with us if you want to. From the corner of your eyes, you can see Lizzie glaring at you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider. Trying not to meet her gaze, you looked at Cove. Whatever Lizzie thought of him, he wasn't exactly a stranger anymore. It's firefly catching time, and I plan on getting all of them. You pump a fist in the air excitedly. Lizzie rolls her eyes at you. As if.
Rude.
Yeah, that sounds cool. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he hadn't had a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. There must have not been any where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. She pointed this out. Lizzie walked back to the table, her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since it was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff anyway. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What'd you have? Eggs. Then everyone discouraged. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Sho from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove Dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove, your dad said you can stay for a while if you like, but he's going to come and get you before it gets too much later. Sure. Oh, fun! This will be so nice. As he polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Sho trailed so closely to Lizzie after he Sho trailed so closely to Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Come on, let's go. After a moment, he did. Bye, children.
Bye.
The two of you are a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Sho. By the time you walk outside, you push the door shut behind you, watching their figures get further and further away. You're so slow, Irene. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. You tugged him along, you walked with him, you waved at him, don't worry. You know, I'm gonna just walk with him. You fall behind purposely, knocking your elbows against him, giving him a smile. Don't worry, you're gonna love it. We can catch our own fireflies. We don't have to worry about Sho and Lizzie. Cove glanced over to you, giving you a slow nod, with a strange look in his face. What is it? Nothing. Ah, so cute. Oh, so cute. Oh, so cute. My heart. By the time the two of you reached the hill, Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Sho was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Bright twinkling lights floated like something on a wave. Buoys? Buoys? What are like buoys on buoys? Buoys? What is like buoys on a wave? One drifted close enough for you to see the firefly at the center of the glow, and you looked at Cove excitedly to see his reaction. He looked just as entranced. Wow. Joe took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Blah. Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Clove's sea green head. Even Joe couldn't help but giggle. Covering her mouth with the hand, it sounded like Xavier Cove looked at you in confusion. What? He gestured to his head and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped and followed after the glow. Blah. Oh, look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Joe ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to dozens of fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You're good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you're— well, I don't think I was too reckless of a kid. You had a bandage on your palm, you had 2 bandages on your hand, you had a bandage on your thumb, and you tried to be cautious of that. I don't remember ever getting hurt on my hands, though, as a kid. My legs, definitely, because especially, like, the riding bikes and scooters and... oh, yeah, no, my legs, especially, oh, yeah. But my hands... no, I'm gonna go with this one, then, because I don't ever recall getting scratches on my hand. Spotting one close by, you approached it with an assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem more or less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept towards it, arms outstretched. You close your hand around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, as you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove, kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab its pink cast, his pink cast wave awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Clove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the fire. Look over here. I can one. Come see. Cove gave one more look in your direction. The direction of his lost prize for coming closer, peering at the insect still crawling across yours. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, his eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized with a little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his finger lightly over the top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. You stayed very still. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the tiny treasure off. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand as he quietly gasped. It worked. Yep, you got one. Cove's lips turned into a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Irene. Heart. Your eyes and his locked together while still holding hands. He suddenly pulled away. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny bug disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
You forgave him. It's okay. I couldn't keep it forever. Right. Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. So I had to collect more. Uh-huh, we can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You were not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally on how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having a time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the clash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Irene, this way! You follow the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms out in front of him, reaching his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove quickly took turns trying to scare the firefly into the direction of the others. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times where you almost ran into each other, giggling, as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success, with both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to lapse, and you decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove couldn't complain. He breathed in heavily, and his face seemed really flushed. That was a lot of fun. That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was. Irene, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you had heard from Lizzie or Sho. Glance over to see them both standing at the top of a hill, Lizzie beckoning you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew that there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the center of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, or so you thought. He might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi. Hi, Cove. You can't roll on the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. Lizzie points us out, and Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at this cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch to see who gets to the bottom first. That's important, got it? I guess. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been a reason to make someone else. Excuse me. Okay. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Cove. Really? Why? You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved aside on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. Not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a half huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Sho did the same. Cove stood up lightly to the side to get a better vantage point. He stood next to him. Count down. Cove stood there a little higher, seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duty seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Sho took off, letting gravity do the work, rolling at high speeds toward the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing. As soon as Sho reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hand in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back to the grass, so dizzy from his rolls on the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, sputtering angrily and brushing leaves off the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, time to go in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini... something. You caught Cove's eye and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and beginning to feel a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills. But the cold air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most fireflies didn't matter. Anyway, all that mattered was that all that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. So cute. Okay. Ooh, alright. I don't know. Run away? I'm sorry? We're running away from home? What is happening? Oh, I don't know. Okay, should we do the library one? Okay. Hooray for DLCs. Okay, we're gonna do the library one. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your mom and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, you loved it. You didn't care. You hated it. Me personally, I like reading, so I loved it. Each time, it had been one of the highlights of your summer. Even your parents know that. You and Lizzie went with a show before, and this year you bought Cove too. You'd never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has the stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor dad has to finish up some work. Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant to only as a joke. Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. I'll sing her around again when this shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. You don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister's already in full competition mode. Cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there. We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we win. Okay. See you in an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now. Bye, Dad. Bye, son. The four of you watch him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying show? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Why did the first signs of conflict show that I started between Lizzie and Cove? Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. But then your dad say to stay with the librarians. You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Go. Well, an unimpressed stare at the both of them, and his eyes met yours. Why are you looking at her? Irene's with us. Irene, do you want to listen? Okay, listen. I like new content, so I'm afraid. I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry, Schlo. I can't get your name right. I'm gonna go with Cove, okay? Cause more story. More story for me. Chris on better. Go over to Cove. Stay next to Lizzie. I'm sorry. You walked over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie. Seriously? Cove looked surprised but happy at the same time. You talked about how much you enjoyed Snow right over, so he probably hadn't been expecting you to side with him. Ugh, fine. Let's go show. Okay. Her arms folded, your sister stomped off. Sho had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. Yeah, Lizzie gets really competitive. I can tell. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek? Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. You weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove took off towards the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced towards the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide. But he was already invisible. The place he decided to check was anything with C, or fairy tales. Check the fairy tale aisle. Near the older kids section, there was a display of a bunch of fancy-looking books. There were old copies of stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section and resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Boo. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. This is the first place I looked. Pouting, he does his chance. Really? Really? Your turn now. I'll cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. When Cove had his eyes securely behind the palm of his hands, he went to go hide. This is where we already are. Under the giant piece of fruit. Nobody had any idea why there was a giant peach sitting in the corner, but it had something to do with a book about a kid named James, and Lizzie had said once, but you never read it. James the Giant Peach, that's cute. The huge sculpture mostly just took up a lot of space, but you could wiggle yourself next to it and hide carefully. Sure enough, it took a while for Cove to find you. Long enough that you got tired of sitting hunched up. You won this round, and were ready to come out. Cove smiled when you stepped onto the open. He was glad for the resolution. Good hiding spot. I was about to start looking outside. Thanks, I'm pretty good at this. You grinned back as you brushed the dust debris off your clothes. Nobody had cleaned back there in a while. It's my turn again. Start counting so I can pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you could even have a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again, there are lots of good places to hide, so you figured he was... behind the Willy Wonka statues. You must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues. You thought, and you were right. Cove was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. But he wasn't really hiding at all. Oh, hey. These are creepy. The statues are made of made of brass. And Lizzie had told you once, apparently there were all the kids they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. I need to do good at least one round. He put his hands over his eyes before you could run off again. A librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I have been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the strangers. Us? You must see Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, opening like he was going to say something, and glanced at his pink cast. It was a clear giveaway. Sure. Was my sister with him? She's taller than us and orange hair. You're Irene, right? Mm-hmm. Phew. I found the both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. And the little guy with the freckles. Come on, let's go get you two reunited so we can close up for the night. I gotta go home. You follow Cove to the front where the ragtag group of family members were. Slow and Show were all waiting. There you are. She was pouting, you can tell from across the room. And it was only obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, hey gang, I thought you have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself at least. Cove glanced over you in the back of his dad. Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face. Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove! Got out slightly frantic, but Cove looks like always and snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving, Cove! He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first... He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor to B mode. Even if something like a race to a ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except for head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she had not forgiven your betrayal. Cove hadn't been pleased about how he got to sit in the middle, but his mood shifted as you sat next to him. Did you say you came in second? That's some good going. No, it's not. She laid another glare at you over her shoulder. Sure. Starting to improve is good too. That makes Irene the winner in your family. Someone's gotta be. What? Irene kept finding me in our game I lost. We needed a rematch. Hide and seek with just the two of you? That doesn't even count as winning. Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed to see that she had fought so hard to win, and it wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, intently on the road ahead, through a suitable reward to please Cove might appear in front of him. Right, the big thing for this chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner. Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is mom even gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. We'll ask her. I'll call all your moms about this. You whooped. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. Well, you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz could have been fun. And that was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together. We stayed together and did the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get to even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Irene's parents wouldn't want her to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son? Okay. That's my boy. Now enough gruff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? The conversation continues from there with debates on what's the best topping to put on a pizza for the rest of the car ride. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way that Co's dad laughed in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. Speaking of food, I'm gonna just open this. You had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of free pizza, after all, and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. It was a shame you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. Ooh, ghost. Okay. Okay. The night was incredibly still. You couldn't really ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid on your bed. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor Cove. It was funny how he had been such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Just then, you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Blah. Summer breeze were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You just went back to bed. It was only your imagination. You tried to close your eyes and go back to sleep. But the unknown scraping sounds didn't stop. It let your heart pounding. You couldn't ignore it anymore and you had to check it out. You practically jumped out of bed and crept downstairs to go outside. Your moms are still awake. They stayed up late. Luckily, the TV they were watching, they didn't hear the soft click of the front door as you slipped past. You checked around the neighborhood for a second, so you're checking each individual house. It looked normal. It didn't... You knew we weren't supposed to be out here right now. It scared you. You didn't know what had come over you. Or something bad happened. No one knew where you had gone. It thought it made your stomach tighten in fear. I trusted you not to do it. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna go back. Because this is not something I would do. You have to talk to your moms about it. There you go. You're not. There you go. This is a responsible thing to do.
Are you okay?
Your entrance had been swift, but it had not been silent. That was good. Your mom's hurried to your side where you were clutching your breath. The TV show that you're watching continued to play in the background. I'm telling you the truth. Come from the window. Oh, did it frighten you? Yeah. Emma down held your hand. Mom wrapped her arms around you. You felt the concern slip away. Nothing bad could happen while you were with your moms.
You alright with that?
Why don't the three of us go upstairs and check it out together? We'll see what's causing the racket. Good plan. Can you be brave and show us what the sound was coming from? We want to be extra specially sure we've checked thoroughly. You nodded. Okay, and showed them where it was. You led them back to your room, still clutching Mommy's hand, stopping in the doorway as you pointed to the window. Came from there, but I couldn't see anything. I'll go investigate. She flicked on the light with a click, and your heart leapt into your chest. Mom approached the window. Kneeling in your bed, she made a show of inspecting the area from every single angle. I don't see anything either. Something was there, I heard it. Alright, you and Mommy stay back, and I'll keep looking. I have to go outside, we'll be done in a jiffy. If it is the wind, we'll do our best to sleep through the sounds. But if it's something else, it won't be there for much longer. She winked at you and punched one palm with the fist. Wait. Oh, that's cute. You stepped into the room and rummaged the door next to your bed. I don't believe her. She should have to be by herself. They'll keep you company. They'll accept that the teddy bear is our guardian. Sure. I'm sure they won't let anything happen to me. And Polly left your room to end your misery. So back to Mommy, who brushed her hair reassuringly. After a while, your heart racing again to turn to someone's face. Your eyelids grew heavy. You might be comfortable back on the bed. I can keep watch. Okay. Let's get you all settled in, nice and safe. I made a nest of pillows and cushions she eagerly snuggled into. Your head was elevated and you can see the window. At least you could when you kept your eyes open. I sat down beside the bed, still stroking your head. Mommy, I can take care of this. You just worry about getting enough sleep for tomorrow. I know it will be a big day. Before you could think of doing otherwise, you drifted off to sleep. In the next moment, it took a few moments to remember the events from the night before. Your moms weren't there right now. I'd be a little freaked out, honestly. But you were feeling better. You feel better. I think I'd honestly forget about it. The light of the sunshine glowing against the back of your curtains, it didn't seem so dangerous anymore. You popped out of the bed and headed down to breakfast, finding your parents already sitting at the dining table. Mom with a giant cup of coffee in her hands. Mom's with her nose in some papers. Good morning, honey. Were you able to sleep well? Yes. I dreamt I was a penguin sliding across the snow on my belly. Not too fondly, holding my pillow. No more strange occurrences to report? I guess it didn't turn up anything. It must have been more scared of us than we were it and ran off. I think you were right, Pam. What kind of toppings would you like? For what? Breakfast toast? Oh, for toast. Just butter. His eyes were closed. I'm tired. Go yawn and you found a little. I didn't see very well. There were these weird noises outside. You look at him in shock, your heart beating faster, and your chest and palm beginning to sweat. What kind of noises? Like scratching? Clawing against the side of the house? Like trying to climb it? I went outside to check. I was brave. A little sheepish knowing Cove had gone out to investigate on his own, but you had your mom's look. It didn't change how amazed you were by it. Cove was incredible to you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Did you find anything? Nothing. Then the sound stopped.
Nothing.
That's a relief. Nothing. Being nothing gave you comfort. You knew you'd find it easier to sleep that night. After that, the rest of the afternoon went by pretty normal. With Cove and you spending a little more time at the park together. That evening, when it started to grow dark once more, you thought back on what Cove had told you, how you didn't find anything outside the house during that night. You held on to that memory, letting it comfort you and keep you brave when you went to bed, knowing that you had nothing to fear. It's cute. Barbecue! You had been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The big park. Interesting. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk by yourself. You didn't get to visit it as much, so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Show, and Cove. Today was the busiest you'd ever seen it. Thanks to a community get-together, luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. Your family and Cove's were just two of many what seemed to be like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. When you saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her heels, barely containing her excitement. I feel like I couldn't wait for the fireworks. It was going to be so cool. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, and she wanted to get them something in return. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box enough to want to get something in return, which is why You're not being allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes. Okay. She had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box tight enough that her knuckles to strain, much to everyone's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party with a huge pack of juice boxes was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no dramatics around that cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes. Okie dokie, everyone all set? Should be. Should be. Cove. Did you put on sunscreen before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated in his attempt carrying first son. Mr. Holden deflated his attempt at caring for his son, but he triumphs with a smile. Good kid. I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day. Well, I don't think there's going to be a risk for any of that second part. Mom nodded at the tables ahead. With all kinds of food and drink. She was right, there's plenty to go around. The parents headed over with you, Lizzie and Co. trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was going on the tables. It was some sort of familiar chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there were a lot that you didn't recognize. Your mom said you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. You wanted to listen to their rules. You felt that was important. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah, that'll be great. Along with the ones out, there were a giant ice cooler on the ground stuffed full of soda cans, boxes of juice, milk, and as well as bottles of water. Your drink was... juice water. We're gonna go with water. Water went down easy, quenching the thirst you hadn't noticed. Your group took a break. While everyone quenched their thirst, Mr. Holden smacked his lips. Pantomiming? That is a large word. I have never seen that word before. Pantomiming. Something enjoyment. That hit the spot. But you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie hopped at their comments. They didn't that did sound directed at her, but she scanned their surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids. Like a general directing their battalion. She pointed the way. Come on, let's go over there. Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. Ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. He went to play with the other kids too. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving to a jog, but then Lizzie pelted away at full speed. And you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out in the field. At your speed, it wasn't going to be long. It wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers. Hi, I'm Lizzie. This is my little sister, Irene. And the one with the cast is Cove. Hi. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. The other kids were a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. Kids looked about to be Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What were you up to? The first kid, a boy with... I'm sorry? Okay. The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers, who had introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked at the others. Not much. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obstructed behind the huge glasses that she wore. We hadn't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first, and heard the shriek of someone got splashed in the face, before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guess that's why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes, her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late, when the trigger had already been pressed. Ack. Rude? Hey! Lizzie had been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face, and you rubbed your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. Yeah, it was pretty funny when you weren't hurt by the water trickling down your neck. More a victim, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie started flicking her hair out of her face, and the girl not meaning anybody. It didn't change the fact that she'd been sprayed. Cove simply looked unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up, but she had an idea. Hey, you should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured in their interest and lack of that. What? Cove, what? Okay. Cove nodded at the other kids, murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. You nodded along. You turned the cubes of tearing up after the girl with a pistol. Swatting all of you over her shoulder, she laughed and shoved the pistol in the air. Only a few drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and collided. Whoops! Cove shot you a smile and gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. Quiet with Cove's shoulder. What was? You shot a smile and gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. You were closing in on the girl. There you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with the tent. The two older kids were hot on her heels too. I'm sorry, I'm gonna outrun them with whatever. You pushed yourself, letting your legs move just a bit faster. You were close when you tackled her to the ground. You did it. The girl being caught giggled. She got her feet, brushed her shoulder, grasped her. Smiling, Cove came to step at your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, having her hands the boy with a bright snicker grin. You're it now. Catch it if you can. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all disappeared, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade the capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by light, playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it. The scent of smoke wafted to your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange. The sun sank down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you had lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. You should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah, bye. It was cool playing. Yep, bye. See you. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. The three of you approached the tables. Your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Ooh, that's quite a cough. Are you alright, sweetie? I'm fine. Are you sure? No one needs to go to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know. There was no response from the other two kids there. Please, could you get it for me? Of course. The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you like on it. There are different meats and veggies. What would you like on yours? Mom is right. There's plenty of options. Ooh, that sounds so good. Beef, potatoes, shrimp. Ooh, chicken. I don't like any of this other stuff. And that was everything. Sounds good to me. The veggies will be good for you. I know, but I really don't like onions. Order given. You waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Realizing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having? What does it matter?
Why?
I don't know, I'm just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Blech. Okay, I'm going to be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. This is a stupid argument. This is a stupid argument. Chicken is... This is a stupid argument. I'm sorry. It is. It's an argument. We're already finished. Lizzie peeped over the grills where kebabs were being handed out. The growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. Blech. They're coming over! Don't get jealous of mine and you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. We all make good choices. It's just what it's just what kebab somebody eats. Just a kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they begin passing out kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly when she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you intentively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. Felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand. You wouldn't want scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second. That's what you get that's what you get for the price of free. But we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables, and it was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. The area that Mr. Holden was standing a section near the edges of the sitting area, he beckoned your group over to join him. You climbed onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you, and Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed one final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden. Thanks, this looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only the partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Running around with the other kids to help you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round of mini golf at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Gave it a shot. Mom chuckled and you weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense. Just as well, she'd be dragging you out to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get that far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. I wouldn't get it either if I didn't live with her. I have to hear this stuff all the time. You should give golf a real try. Maybe I'll teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation, and Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated. That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business it's more like work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Blah. Wow, it's a good thing you live by the beach. Don't I know it? I have nightmares about moving inland. That's not a good joke. Inland. Moving inland. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than some of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you've got to wash your hands. Irene, Lizzie, please hold them out. Combined with... Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. We splashed some water on her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed the paper towel and Lizzie... Mom passed the paper towel from her purse and Lizzie used it to dry her hands. Your turn, Irene. You rarely held out your hands to catch the water. Cupping Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers. Crevice. I said service. Every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants, leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head. Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed the fabric with a scrunched napkin. And it's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as it could be, with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up. Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time! We have to get a good spot! Everywhere's gonna be taken! How about I go ahead and save the space again? You guys can meet with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place. Sure thing, I could use an extra pair of eyes. Molly shook her head ruefully at Lizzie, even more enthusiastic than usual attitude. Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie will go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Irene. Do you want to get the drinks? Okay. Okay, I get all the stuff we need. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you picked drinks earlier. As you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find anything where it had originally been stocked to the brim. It was now half empty. The ice had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was now largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. Drinks that remained looked to be like bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful amongst them. Scavenging a couple of juice boxes from the bottom of the process. Aha! Irene, Cove, can you take one of those? You can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. You took a juice box for yourself. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. Cove hesitated to take a juice box for himself. When you were loaded up with your chosen drink plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold tight while I get this. Hey, hun. How's it going? Did you find a perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call and for the as Mom gave her the direction. Catching her eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field. And the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families. Hello, we're here, and we come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over spare drinks, and you held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone. You're so thoughtful, Irene. Despite Mommy applying pretty excitingly, there was just one person who made a claim to the sweet drink. Can I have it? Okay. Thanks. Love you, Irene. Aw, you two are a real pair. Once everyone had been equipped with the drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted in the back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box waved between the groups, pausing every so often. You and Cove nudged and pointed. What are they doing? Looks like they're handing something out. I can't quite make out what it is. I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled and Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of the mysterious goods. Are they gonna come to us too? Well, Sally put her hands as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even get a glance at her. Her eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
In that case,
You're intrigued. Studying the man of the box closely as he gradually wandered nearer, you can make out what he's handing out. Small items, most of the groups he stopped at. They seemed to be too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, they remained a mystery. Then the box man made his way over to your group. Evening, I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping up the ground. The man chuckled. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu. Vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup. Nice. None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate. No strawberry? Not chocolate for me too. Chocolate or strawberry? I'm sorry, I don't like strawberry. I'm gonna get a chocolate. I'm gonna get a chocolate. Condescending your wet fingers in a pleasant way. Thank you. Are you kids gonna thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks, and he cordially. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have a fun time editing this. It's gonna be me saying words wrong. Nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. You couldn't help thinking about how Cove had strawberry while you had chocolate. Bite of mine? He looked around awkwardly, but nodded nonetheless. He cut a bit of ice cream, making sure to hit the chocolate swirl that distinguished it from what Cove's, and held it out for him. He nibbled at it. Want to try some of mine? Yes, yes, yes. I don't like strawberry, but if it's from you, I will eat it. He scooped out a chunk of ice cream with his wooden spoon before holding it out to you. You took it gladly. It was gone in one bite. Oh my goodness. How did I know they were gonna say something about that? Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was open with a smile as if she thought to say something, but Mom told her collar. Don't embarrass them. Hey, if you're sharing, I'll take some. You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need it. You both have the same flavor. So what?
So?
You're not taking any of mine. You shook your head no. You can have some. Technically, we do have the same flavor. She doesn't need it. I don't want to exclude my sister. It's gonna make it more awkward. So, I guess you can have some. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the best. Then to you to go buy your ice cream or offer you a bite of hers in exchange. In the end, it kind of made it pointless. You both just ate the same chocolate ice cream out of different cups. What would you like to say? It was a thought that counted, though. Ignoring that conundrum, Lizzie turned her attention back to her own cup. Lizzie munched away happily, but ultimately it didn't exceed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at Mommy, who... What? I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please? Of course, sweetie.
Of course.
Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie laughed at him. Oh, come on now. Lizzie has had all the ice cream she needs. Simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheeks and then dug her spoon again to hold it all to you. I just can't resist. I mean, would you like some of mine too? She got a whole cup of ice cream to eat, and I already had a bite of a bite of Cove's and Lizzie's. I think that's plenty, but that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm taking it. You ate the treat Mom offered to delight. I've watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, frowned on the face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream. What? The kids have ice cream already, and they've gotten some of yours to boot. I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm. Laughing, Mom fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough. There, all better now? Yes. Oh, I love the moms. They're so cute. I love the moms so much. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm okay. But thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Bo shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mom smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. It was always so nice to everyone. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit the crescendo. No, it's not crescendo. That's crescendo. Crescendo. I have no idea. Until it hits its... I'm just gonna say its peak. Its peak. Until it hits its peak with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet. Her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up into the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. It's impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched as the fireworks scene Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave you a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up in tandem with every crack with the firework. Mommy bent down to offer you a hand up too. Beckoning for Cove to join too. Cove got to his feet, nervously tailing after you as you stood with your family. Your mom takes lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. The five of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparkles in the sky, trying to contain your joy, experience the sight together. The fireworks continued to. What? The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the sky, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny pieces. Each color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled each into the sky with twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. The exhilaration that had filled you while the fireworks were going off was sapped dry and that the show was finished. You collapsed into a giggling heap on the ground, suddenly aware how your legs ached from your exertion. Cove tumbled down with you, his expression gleeful as to hold and watch the show with an expression much happier than the one he'd worn while watching the show. Lizzie gave one final whoop of delight and shared high five with Mom as Mommy shouted for an encore into the night. You didn't know what that meant, but you liked the way it made Mom laugh. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air in your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family and their spirits. That word again. Something. By the fireworks display. When your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. Okay, two more, and I think I'm gonna call it for today. Yeah, 2 more and I think I'm gonna call it for today. So far the DLCs has been really amazing. They're so cute, and I really do like the extra content and like story building that they bring with it. So really excited about that. It was early and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie had planned on joining you there. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That's okay. What was the forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. As you walked the familiar street wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you as if he was a mind reader. Cove, I was looking for you. Come to the playground with me. No, sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Irene. What? Where? He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pocket from what you've seen, but people sometimes carry bags with them. It hadn't been very attention worthy until now. The backpack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins, and he gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted to let you know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes, and you started to grow worried. Where are you going? I'll come with you. Can I go too? I'll come with you. He looked up at that, and you hoped he would agree, but instead he shook his head. I'll come back, though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without a word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Wait! He kept going, his focus wasn't on you anymore. What was this? What was that? What was... Blech. Blech. English. Mouth, please. What was that about? You watched his back grow smaller and smaller, and you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about earlier your plan of playing at the park, and suddenly it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. You stayed there. You could play at the park some other time. Like it wasn't gonna go anywhere. You couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You're positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store, or his house, or anything. You broke into a run, heading straight for Cove. He was new. He might not know what you did. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eyes and frowned. Go away, Irene. But you're not going anywhere. You have to go the other way to get someplace. His mouth twisted. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. Why can't I come with you if you're just walking? Without a deep sigh, you had the feeling he was starting to get mad at you. I told you I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while. You're not gonna push me away. Excuse you. I still want to come with you. You can't. Why not? From a sudden stop, you almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come with me, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot starting to grow your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? Stretching was grave. You shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter, so he won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. I have to tell someone. Are you serious? Are you serial? So I can either choose to run away with him, but I'm gonna get in trouble, or I can tell someone and he's gonna be angry with me. I have to tell someone. No, you don't. It's a secret. You shouldn't go places like that on your own. What if something bad happens? But I said I will be fine. He must be mad because his voice grew louder. You probably thought that you wouldn't tell on him. Well, what you're doing is dumb. I don't want to keep it a secret. Grubite raised his hands from the fist at his side. I'm never telling you anything ever again. With that, he stomped away, continuing down the street anyway. I'm so scared. I've never. I'm scared. Okay, hold on. Okay, listen. Okay, I need to save because I'm scared of making terrible choices right now. Okay, this is new. I don't know what to do in this situation. I have to tell someone. You know. You can't. Oh wait, you can't. It's going backwards. Whoops. I have to tell someone. I'm never telling you anything ever again. And with that, he stomped away, continuing down the street. You're so stupid. I'm sorry. Please don't go. How about chasing him, but then change your mind? Cole chose set to listen to you. Instead, you turned around and told your moms would know what to do. When you saw your house, so the car was in the driveway. Had they gone out to police, raced to your front door, turning it, but it's unlocked. So I called for Mom, Mommy? No response. You don't know what to do. Or time you wasted for Cole got away. He did say he was leaving, but Cole hadn't gone down the street. You knew the road, the main road. He was running away from home. Your worry rapidly increased. You didn't know what to do with yourself. He was leaving. Cove didn't know the area really well, and you didn't think he'd want to go that road into some random other street. So if somebody followed that, they'd find him along it. You perked up, glad you knew where he'd still be, even if you didn't solve this issue at hand. Your moms weren't home to get him. You paced in the living room. Just you felt your eyes sting with tears and frustration. The front door walked in. Mommy walked in, taking off her sun hat. Goodness, it's hot out. She noticed you. I ran back from the playground already? You yelled incoherent, burying to your mom. With haste to a hug, she tumbled back. What's gotten into? You're home. You tell your mommy was the rant about the unwatered plants. You spoke before she could. Cove's trying to leave Sunset Bird right now. What did the she blinked, frowning. Cove's what? You filled in her on what happened. Counter code she told you. Oh no, I knew Cove wasn't happy with the move. I never expected him to do this. He's running down the road. He's running down the big road. It's kind of a while ago when he left. I couldn't find you at first. It's alright, you did your best. She squinted at the clock in the living room. I'll be back in a minute. She won't be able... we won't have the car until then.
Good job.
Why don't you take a seat on the couch for now? You've done a good job. I need to call Mr. Holden while we wait for him. Once she knows, I can look for him on foot. You're full of restless energy. You weren't as scared as before. Mom was here. But as Mom would too, everything would be fine now. By the time that Mommy got off the phone, a car pulled into the driveway and Lizzie entered soon after. Lizzie went upstairs, oblivious to the current crisis, and Mom pulled Mom aside. It was so quiet in the house so you could hear them. Mommy was telling Mom what you told her. She looked at you, ushering you over. You hurried to them. Oh god, I'll get a car and drive up in the road and see if I can spot him. In that case, we'll call the neighbors. I'm just eating this up because I'm not even reading properly. My eyes are moving so fast. I'm so enamored. This wasn't in the main storyline, so just like, this is okay. Calm. It's like I'm panicking that he's running away. I don't know what to do. See, I even had to save for this. In that case, I'll call the neighbors and we can look around the neighborhood area, just in case Cove changes his mind and went somewhere else. You watch Mom pick up the car keys and get ready to leave out immediately. Is Cove gonna be okay? Can I come with you? Mom so briefly shook her head in haste. I know you're worried about Cove, but I need you to wait at home with Lizzie. If I find him, I'll bring him right back, okay? You were disappointed, but you nodded, and she stroked your cheek, smiling softly. You and Mommy saw Mom off, close the door until he turned to you with a weak smile. Now, you can help us out and stay here. Yes. Thank you. Mommy put on a cartoon on the TV for you as you snuggled up against the cushions. With that, she left to inform the rest of the grown-ups, and so they could begin their own search. Soon as Lizzie came back down, she was shocked to learn about what happened with Cove. She asked lots of questions. It seemed like she was interested, not only because she was concerned, because it was the most exciting thing to happen this week. Lizzie sat on the couch to wait for you. It was so tense you couldn't even remember what was on. Your mind was still on Cove. What else? What would Mom find him? Would Mom find him out there in town? Or was he already somewhere else? You didn't have to wait long to find out. Halfway through the episode, you heard a knock at the door and the swung open with a shout. We're here! I got him, Lonnie! Come on in, Cove. You stood up on the couch and ran over. Your heart was beating so loud in your chest so you could hear it in your ears. Mom was putting in the car keys. Cove stood nearby with his head bowed. You squinted to get a better look at him. Cove looked exhausted. His eyes were rimmed red, nearly matching his glasses. There were dried tear ducts stuck at his cheek. Oh, thank goodness you found him. Yes, he was way down Main Street, just like Irene said. Cove shuffled his speed at that, but he remained silent. You can tell he felt out of place. You weren't the only one who noticed his discomfort. You must be tired, Cove. You can sit down wherever you like. You walked close behind him, frowning. Cove was always pretty quiet, but this was a different kind of quiet. The room wasn't far. So you heard your mom's talking slowly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing. That explains it. At least, I'm I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect the child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. It could be riots. I'll call and go to tell everyone's still out there. You can keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him as he stared at his hands. I'm sorry, Irene. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I didn't want to fight. You took his apology wordlessly. And won't do it again? Scared at me. I'm sorry too. And you won't do it again? What am I apologizing for? You freaked me out. I don't understand. I'm not the person who needs to apologize though. I'm confused. Why is that an option? I mean, like, I get it, like, just to be, like, sentimental and stuff. But, like, I told him not to do it. I don't know. And won't do it again? I won't. Not for real. Okay. I don't want to fight either. I'm gonna apologize to make you feel better. You look relieved that the two of you were gonna be able to get past this. You had more to say to Cove and to ask him, but before you could, the front door swung open. Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind you. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze on his son. Oh, are you alright? His hands falling out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. So glad to hear that. He clasped his hand on his shoulder, attempting to smile, but the corners of his lips twitched in spasm as they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. There was a whole turn to your eyes wrinkling weakly. Looked at your mom's. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry for ruining your good afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough. It's no trouble, Cliff. It really couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. We were just happy we could help, and that Cove's safe and sound. Not for the first time that day you recalled your original greeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. I won't leave anymore, I promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden, thanks to his promise this time around. His smile seemed more genuine. That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it, and I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mushed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge a hand like he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasped a free hand on his son's shoulder as he stood up from the couch. If I were you, walk over to the front door so you can see them all. Mr. Holden thanks your mom profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow, but he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold. Thanks, Irene. Huh? What for? Your mom said you were the one who told her where to get me. It was good that I went back. Glimpse there and then gone. Forget all that other crap. We're hugging. I don't care if you do push me off. We're hugging. Before we was done, you so we're giving him a hug goodbye for a hard day. He held you back more tightly. Oh, okay. That was cute. That warmed my heart. I thought he was just gonna be like, squirm away. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. When we closed the door behind them and you were left feeling overwhelmed. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you off for a nap with no more discussion of what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillows, your eyes slipped closed on their own. After the nap, everything was a blur. You settled in the bed for real later that night what felt like a couple of moments. Just a couple moments. You woke up more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's event pool. They were pleased that you came to them the moment you had an idea where Cove disappeared to. As a reward, your mom promised to take you and Liz out for a treat later. It is more than a welcome change for the worry you had been dealing with. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened to you. You didn't know what was said, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one for himself or Cove's desire to leave home. You caught your mom's discussing it once in the hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious, and there was a word you hadn't heard before: the self-flagellation. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often next week or so, expressed their concerns and disapproval for the event. Still, as they always did, the days continued to pass, and so did the talk about Cove's running away. Things eventually turned to normal as they always do. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Okay, last one. Alright kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time as if it heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was done setting the table and she was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. I'm so sorry. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots into the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up as she stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognized that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You tried to catch up. You threw a cushion at her. You landed it towards her. It hit her in the back of the legs, but it was too short or anything. She merely brushed off the attack with a scowl. I'm gonna try and catch up to her. She was all there. She was all but daring you to give a chase. You planted a hand against the ground to jump to your feet from you stumbled, but you righted yourself easily enough and rushed up to her. Though there really wasn't time to close the gap. In a short distance, the kitchen, Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand onto the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her with a... She resumed her horn. I win again. You didn't win. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. You didn't... Okay, you won. You didn't bother trying to talk her out of that. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. I knew it. That means you're a rotten egg. Lizzie grinned. Her hands on her hips, she looked over her shoulder. Cove, you think so too, right? You blinked, hadn't noticed what he'd been doing during this little event. There wasn't much. He spotted Cove still on the floor, his legs crossed beneath him, his arm cast resting on his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's dad had planned it a few days ago. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. He was really going to stay over. You practically counted down the days. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. His lips at Lizzie's request. But he didn't respond. Maybe he didn't... No. But he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. It wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races. Well, did I win or what? No. What?
No.
I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault I read slow. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win. You always pick her side. Cove snuck a slight peek at you before answering her. I pick her and she picks me. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner, all three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew raspberry at you, and when Mom turned her back. Two can play that game. You stuck your tongue out right back. Her mom immediately cleared her throat, though. The two of you stopped. Your parents brought the rest of the food, and they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He stood up from his spot on the floor, and he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangements your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, the other next to Lizzie, and the last two were on the side of where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. You can sit anywhere you want to. Please sit next to me. No, I'm kidding. You can sit anywhere you want to. Beth Gabe met your black eyes briefly and he grins back. He walked over, pulled out a check next to yours and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was sitting, Molly began to pass out plates. Begin, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves except for one. Cove hesitated again. fidgeting in his hands, clamped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem to be very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Not really. Sorry. I think your mom and this Cove had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey? Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens when you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention and fidgeted a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this. Oh shoot. I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. Give me your plate. Give me your plate. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. He ultimately trusted your judgment, your suggestion. Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. He saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded, please, and your mom's let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites. It's good, huh, isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still served more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. Not bad. Mom, it's not bad. Mom grinned at his words, satisfied, even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh. Mom, the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's decoration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type to keep his opinions to himself. In the end, you supposed that if the two of them didn't want to be friends, you couldn't force them to be. The two of you were friends, right? You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. I do a little nervous about your relation with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends. I don't want to assume. You know what? We're gonna leave a little suspicion there. You never asked before what it felt like to you. You gave Cove a look and he returned a small smile. Guess that made you feel a little better, even though you were still unsure. Your mommy looked at Mommy and only got a shrug. Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as weird as a person and a non-weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There are just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone, but Pam. But Pam, Mom tried to whisper quickly to Mom, her attempt to make it up. So we're meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. Their parents can only try, and sometimes we fail. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids are meant to be thick as thieves. Now, let's talk any more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom, no buts. We talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You couldn't help but contain your snorts. Something the matter, Irene? Mom says no buts. Oh. Oh, that's what she was laughing about? Well, no, I don't want to laugh about that. You stay quiet and finish your meal. It was good. It was good. It was good food, and you were plenty content just to keep eating. That's the idea. Good job, Irene. Everyone else can do it. As the rest of the dinner passed uneventfully, Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him, tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, and the games in the living room were put away. You were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you away and kissed your brow, just as Mommy poked her head in the room. All ready for lights out, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom tapped the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He's already wiggled inside. We are. Perfect. I'll say goodnight. And go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom had tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place sitting in the edge of your bed. Sweet dreams, sweetie. You press a soft kiss on your forehead. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead and giggled as she giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Why did that give me a hard time? Mommy smiled down affectionately at you and then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high, and he shakes his head like he's gonna let go. But he catches me again. And he keeps doing that. And keeps doing that until sometimes he drops me on my bed. Or other times he lowers me down and pretends like I'm crashing. Like I'm pretty excited with talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. Sometimes realized how animated he was. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. Oh, how fun. Though I think you're right. It might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. Is there anything else you can ask me for? Or Irene's other mom? But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up. Sleep well, Cove.
Take care.
Night. Leaning against the door stamp. She rested a hand on the light switch. She looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And one last smile, Mommy turned on the light and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. Even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was just you and Cove now. You hardly knew what to do with yourself. You were so happy that Cove was spending the night. You couldn't shake the conversation earlier from dinner. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't help but wondering what he really thought about you. Ooh, I don't know. Okay, we're gonna save. Because saving is great. I want to know. I want to know what's his thoughts. You decided to ask him. Oh, that's not phrasing, honey. Phrasing. Phrasing is a good thing. But I don't think to. Okay, good. If this is any other step, I'm probably sure he would freak out. But I'm like, phrasing, honey. Cove didn't speak for a few moments. Would you wonder if you had startled him with the question? When you heard his voice next to you, it was almost too quiet. You had to strain your ears to catch the word. You think we're friends, Irene? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way that Cove had asked, it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before. And now, more than ever, you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. We're extra special friends. Yeah, we're friends. We're best friends. We're extra special friends. We're best friends. Best friends? I mean, yeah, only... I would let my... Yeah, I'll probably only let my best friend sleep over, to be honest. But now I don't know what I want to pick. If we're extra special friends or if we're best friends. We're extra special friends. Oh. I don't know what that means, but I think it's true. Know what that means. We're best friends. Or maybe he fell asleep. Although when you listened hard enough, you could hear the sound of a sleeping bag, as if he was riding in the bag between his hands. Oh, the shaky breath as he spoke. Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't had one before, so I guess that's what it feels like. It's different than friends. We're best friends. He smiled the answer, pleased that he thought the same way, and agreeing that best friend does make more sense than just normal friends. Once you started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? Hmm? Could you be less loud? What was that? What's wrong? Could you be less loud? Could you be quieter, please? Stop that. I just like how the last three is just like, could you, like, not? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? You shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusted to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up and your eyes got used. You could see him better. You got out of his sleeping bag, waddled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. He sat up too, watching you to reach his side, paused for a second, and pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation. Orientation for it. You knew, even without reading the title, which one it was. It was the one your mom's would read to you. It was special. I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was. Then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he just wore your special book had you grinning. Your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? About a story about a squirrel who wants to be... It's a story about a squirrel... Squire? About a squire who wants to become a... Who wants to become a knight. And there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... I love the main character. There's dragons in it, and crazy things happen. Squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon head, so they have this fight. But the Squire finds that the dragon's really nice, and then they decide they won't fight her after all. Two of them become friends instead. And Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over, focused on the backside summary. His interest in it was only spurring your own. You're reminded of the hours you spent reading the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and the pictures inside. You glanced out the window at the moon. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time you were supposed to sleep, and you couldn't keep staying up. You went to read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed and paddled over to your side table. You opened it, rummaging around again, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You didn't respond, letting the suspense build up instead. You let out a quiet cry for victory when you found what you were looking for. Jump back into bed before any hidden boogeymen could catch you unaware. You continued to watch as you wiggled your way under the blanket. You discarded earlier and pulled it over your head. What's? Shh! Get under here already. Bring the book too. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. The blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. With the click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove stuttered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Oops. He tilted the flashlight so that it shone directly on his face, giggling. Hey! You shifted again, making it shine down. You adopted the innocent expression when Cove scowled at you. Now we can read, and my mom's like, oh. I do this all the time. I guess if I knew what to do, I do this all the time. I always pretend to be asleep when mom would check me. Never been caught this time. It's fine. Want to try it? Cove nodded, pleased with the straightforward response. He placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down his belly and shouldered closer, picking up the flashlight to shine on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your forehead's nearly brushed, and you scuttled back at a comfortable distance. He thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. Here. Turned the book around so it was right side up for Cove. We can read a page, and then I'll read it, and we can keep switching like this. He nodded with a bit of hesitance, so Cove tugged the book closer towards him. Then he began to read. You saw his mouth form the words as he whispered underneath his breath, inaudible to you. After some time, he finished reading the first page, and took a few moments to admire the picture covering half the page, and then set the book back over to you. Your turn.
Okay.
You continued this way for a quarter halfway to the tale. Next time it was Cove's turn, you yawned, resting your chin on top of your crossed arms. Oddly, you studied Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you. Started. What? Started. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look when he went back to the book. You did too. Even your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed by your pillow, and your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. You slowly raised yourself into your elbows, you yawned, the back of your throat tingling as you did so. You rolled on your sides out of the bed, planning to get water from your kitchen, when you saw a dark shape. Oh boy. Oh boy, am I in trouble? Am I in trouble? You froze. You remember you weren't alone in your room tonight. Was that you? Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. You scared me. I thought you were Mama Jacqueline. I thought I was gonna get in trouble. Yeah. You shifted almost... You shifted and you felt something... cylindrical pressed against your thigh, and you fumbled for it. The familiar way of the flashlight pressed in your palm and you turned it on. Cole blinked at you, exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajamas were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. Keep waking up. You have a bad dream? He shook his head side to side. No, I just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You helped your mom, you frowned. You'd help your mom redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just only sleep in my bed, in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you'd done. Cove just couldn't sleep in a new place. You wonder how long it took Cove's bedroom, for Cove's bedroom in his new house not to be weird to him. Probably a while. I'ma go. What? That shook out the loss of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of night, all by himself. He noted your shocked expression and looked at you. It was resolved. My dad will let me in. My dad will let me in. And I've gone outside late before. I have to go. You don't have to. I'll come with you. Heck. I don't know. Okay, I should tell my moms. No, I don't want you to. I'll just leave. My dad can call them in the morning. You should just let him go. Something inside you was saying that would be the right thing to do. It's too late for you to go outside on your own. It'll be bad. I'll grumble and say, okay, you can tell them. I'll wait. Good. Okay, good. Asleep, reach your bed. Mom, fall asleep. They're both surprised to hear Cove wanted to leave. The two of them followed you back to your room to see.
Sweetie.
Cove? You alright, sweetie? Is there anything we can do to help? Heck, it looks like it's about to be morning anyway. I just want to go home. I'm sorry you don't feel comfortable staying. How about you come downstairs with us and we'll call your dad to come get you. Head towards the door, stop tugging, and turn back to you. Bye, Irene. I'm sorry. See you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. Alright, I'll have to sleep, kiddo. I'll make sure Cove gets taken care of. Good night again. Good night, Irene. Familiar sound of footsteps. You hurried back into bed, pulling your blanket up around your shoulders. You said that Cove wanted to leave. Next time the two of you had a sleepover, you make sure to find a way to make him feel more comfortable. You hope there will be a next time, at least. Eventually, your eyes started to get heavy, and with a loud yawn, you finally got comfortable in your bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, you are woken up by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shaking your shoulder. Irene, wake up. It's time to get up. Get up. It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains and you rubbed your eyes. They adjusted to the new light. Mom sat down on the bed next to you. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag and remembered what had happened during the night. Mr. Holden came over to pick up Cove and take him home. You should have seen his hair when he turned up half asleep. It was even messier than Mommy's in the morning. He chuckled at the thought, and you could tell she was trying to make you feel better about the whole situation. So you smiled back at her. Thank you for letting us know that Cove wasn't feeling good, Irene. That was a very nice thing to do. He nodded in agreement, and Mom went on to say maybe once Cove started to feel more comfortable that he would try and sleep over again sometime. You smiled hoping that would come sooner rather than later. The next time you saw Cove and Mr. Holden, they both apologized for Cove having left so suddenly. You reassured them that it was okay. It had been a learning experience, according to the adults. You could accept that. There was definitely some things you learned from it. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, oh, hold on. I'm gonna do this. And then summer ended. Yes. I'll never get tired of this view. Of that view. You stood beside your mom, Lizzie, and Cove as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You imagined it cooling off. You imagined it cooling off in the water and resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How'd you figure that one out? 'Cause I know. It's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You look over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly did not want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play just a little longer? Mom looked at you with a sigh and clasped your hands together to give her plea a little extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with a very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents couldn't resist the power of two of you combined. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot in the ground. You removed her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well... Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you two were very close to victory. Alright.
Okay.
But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. Yeah. Cove gave a gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which took you as an agreement. Excuse me. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Teens and Trinkets. Or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies will probably be coming out, right? Do I get a say in this time? You silently made your own plans. Do I get to say this? Let me look at you narrowing her eyes. She's very serious, contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all, Lizzie said, her abruptly turning on her heels and heading off and heading off in a direction your mothers had gone. Blah, blah, blah. Heading off in the direction your mother is gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait. Before long, she was disappearing off down the road. Are you going home too, Irene? Cove was leaning towards the beach, and you could tell he wanted to stay out a bit longer. You saved Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. Cool. You made a gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading through the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back and tossed it into the water. It was a good toss. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? You looked for your own rock. Trying to join Cove, you searched for nearby any rocks or shells that you could throw. You found a shell that would suit your purposes and smiled, growing as you tossed it as hard as you can. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over the Cove, he hadn't seemed to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown to the side. It's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. How'd you get it? I was jet skiing. That's not fair. Cool. Cool. Bajar dropped in the answer. You'd wonder if he had broken his arm doing an awesome move, like a loop in the air. Cove looked a little taken aback by your outfits, but after a second he gave a small nod. You spotted his cheek turning a bit pink and turned away. He turned away before you could be sure enough. And he continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you are allowed to jet ski. Well, I'm not. Oh. He let out a huff, coughing into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. He sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. That's great. We can sit together during lunch. You've only ever been to one school, but you're sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he would have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head and then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. I want to go home. The sudden sadness caught you off guard. You were so excited that Cove would be going to your school. It made you feel bad that he was so upset about it. Well, I can walk back with you. Cove shook his head at the offer. No. I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. And the one he would bring up whenever he felt the sad. It had been a while since he moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? You liked Cove being here. It would have been sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. It'll be too cold by then. You smiled, so he knew you were only kidding. Cove smiled and looked back into the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'll feel better then. It used to make me angry. I don't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had spilled off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all. As long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. To listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you never met before. Things changing is hard. I'm gonna hold his hand. Bleh. Excuse me. Bleh. Okay. You're not quite sure what to say about that. So instead, you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you. Take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you make sure to be very gentle. You watch as Cove's eye get a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different kind of tears than ones before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring, and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave Cove a big smile. I hope so too. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sound of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You'd definitely try to help. In what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. You're reluctant to move, having enjoyed sitting together, but you were hungry. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling me. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expressing his expression, screaming reluctance, yet ultimately. Okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Irene, thanks.
Thanks.
My heart. It was nice. It was nice. Where you were... It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own... With the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. The in-between. Okay, that is a great place to stop it for now. So we're gonna go to the menu. Yes. Okay, well, I hope you all enjoyed me reading the first stage and plus DLCs of Our Life Beginning and Always. Tomorrow, I will continue with stage 2 and enjoy reading the stage 2 DLCs for you guys there. Like always, I hope you guys are having a lovely day or night wherever you guys are in the world. I appreciate you all so much. Kisses. I'm happy to be back to streaming. You guys will definitely see a lot more of me, and I hope you guys will continue to be with me on this wild ride, and I love you all. I missed you. I missed this. So I can't wait to get back in the real nitty-gritty swing of things. And that is all I have to say for now. I hope you guys will be looking forward to my Just Chatting streams, because I have a lot to talk about. Especially for being gone for as long as I did. Hope you guys are ready for some late night ranting sessions, because it's gonna be spicy. Gonna have a couple of friends join me too, so it should be pretty fun. Other than that, yeah, that's all I have to say. I appreciate you guys. Bye. Bye. I love you.